Hello everyone, welcome to Harv's World and Merry Christmas. At least it's Merry Christmas Eve where I'm at, but I know in certain parts of the world you guys are already celebrating. Outstanding, outstanding. I don't really expect many people to come in tonight. I hope most of you are out there celebrating, spending time with your families, enjoying that kind of thing, but I'm here. I was going to be playing Farm Sim for a couple hours anyway. Figured I'd just throw it online and see who shows up. So far, it's Clone and Jonathan. Jonathan, I thought you were supposed to be playing with Sev right now. Yeah, we just got into March. Literally just got into March, and I forgot to jack my time back up. There we go. And the grass is ready. If you saw the thumbnail for the video. There are a lot of bales there. You can see I've got almost $700,000 now. I sold 186 bales of silage. Made about $700,000. No, $600,000. Happy holidays, Lifehawk. Pretty sure Lifehawk doesn't celebrate Christmas. He's more of a Hanukkah guy. So, happy Hanukkah, Lifehawk. Well, Mr. Nephew, you're up late, brother. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jonathan. Tonight's the night when you would want to be playing together, but I totally understand. I play. Oh, you like the mowing, do you? I had better. God knows I do an awful lot of mowing on this map. But I got some real money in my pocket. I hope to progress this farm today beyond just doing bales. I hope to. I'm not going to make any promises. I make a lot of money off of silage, though, I got to tell you. It's hard to walk away from that kind of cash. I actually thought about selling off this plot of land and realized how large it all is. And realized that would be a bad idea, okay? Mr. Corbin, are you going to your mother's tomorrow? Lifehawk always asks me in Discord if I'm streaming on Friday nights, and I tell him every single time it's impromptu. I literally don't know if I'm going to do it until 5 minutes before I hit the go live button. Sometimes I don't know until I hit the go live button. Just depends. They will, Lifehawk. These will windrow to either side. And I actually discovered recently there is, I want to say it's a more expensive pair, but it doesn't have as high a horsepower requirement. To run these two mowers, it's over 300 horsepower. There's a Pottinger set that windrows that's quite a bit more expensive, like 30 or 40,000 for the pair, but they also windrow, and the horsepower requirement's about 80 horsepower lower, so Lifehawk, a man of the people. There you go. Yeah, like I said, I don't expect a lot of people to show up tonight. I really hope most people are spending it with their loved ones. But I'm here. So, yeah, I figured I'd say hi to everybody. At least I was going to be playing anyway. Yeah, Ben, I've talked to Ed quite a little bit over the last couple of days, believe it or not, and I know that ankle's really giving him trouble. I got nowhere to be in the morning. I'll throw back some adult beverages and chill. Hey, Rodney Myers, Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. Thank you so much. As are you, Mr. Corbin. You are a loved one as well. So I guess I can say that on Christmas Eve I spent time with at least one loved one. Hey, Kevin. How you doing, man? Wanted to tell you, Kevin, I got your package in the mail. I will share more of that on Sunday. I can tell you one thing. I didn't expect it, but you're not a guy I ever want to meet in a dark alley. Please don't ever get angry with me, okay? And he did say I could share these pictures on stream, so I will probably scan those in and do just that. Such a good guy, Kevin is. Well, congratulations, Colby, and Merry Christmas. You just got done with your first church concert of the year. Very good. I remember the days when I did stuff like that. So did you get your teenagers to bed? Or are they still young enough that they're, waiting up for Santa? It's strange. I actually feel like grass work is much easier in FS22 than it ever was in 19. 19 felt like it just took for bloody ever. And I feel like 22 has made it much, much simpler. I don't know why exactly. It just feels that way, like it goes a lot quicker. Yes, Ben. We've all taken an arrow to the knee at some point. I was just talking to somebody today about that game. Oh, my friend Andy called me. Oh, there you go. There you go. Hand them off to the grandparents. That's right. Well, Merry Christmas to you, iPlay. Absolutely. All quiet on the iPlay front. Where do I want to set? Yeah, about 345. 45 far there. 45. Perfect. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Okay, whatever it gets set at, it gets set at. Yep, that'll do. You mean real speed, the real speed mod, Lifehawk? The one where you can turn off the speed limit on the implements? I mean, it's completely unrealistic, obviously. It's your game, play it your way, though. If you're in a real hurry, it can be pretty beneficial. As a rule, I don't play with it that often. Well, yeah, Ben, that's what grandparents do. That's why grandparents want to be grandparents. They get all the fun of having kids without any of the responsibility. They get to spoil the kids and then send them back home with mom and dad. Although I don't think your grandparents got off quite that easily, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I heard rumor that the first version of Courseplay is out, and of course, I mean, Courseplay was in development for 3 years over the course of FS19. I expect that will be the case with Courseplay for quite some time on FS22 also. I don't see how mowing at 115 miles an hour is unrealistic either. But some people would say it is. So what have I done? Let's see. Since I've gone through a whole year because last week there was snow on the ground, and I literally just got rid of some snow to start up tonight. So it's been a whole year. I've harvested my wheat field. It's replanted with canola. I got the cornfield harvested. It's replanted with wheat. I bought the grain mill, and I'm sitting on a whole bunch of flour right now. My chickens are producing eggs at a ridiculous rate. I actually made $100,000 off of eggs. Don't count chickens out. Although I do store them up for a long time before I ever sell them off. So there is that too. But you know what I mean. Well, there you go. If you don't have any friends to play with, use the Real Speed mod. Yeah, okay, that's your out, right? I don't have any friends, so I need real speed. Hey, Ghost Pepper, Merry Christmas to you, bud. Merry Christmas. Ghost Pepper, keep an eye out on Discord. You were one of our top donors for the Christmas, one of the top 3. And, Paul is going to be contacting you sometime in the not too distant future to find out where you would like your pint glass sent to. He's etching some pint glasses with the Farming for Families logo he created, which was pretty darn cool of him. I remember how I was doing this now. Lift everything up, turn around so you don't get funky rows. I have to tell you, Jonathan, mowing, the side panel is a big asset to mowing. For this very reason, I've got hotkeys where I can just hit one button and it will raise all of my implements at the same time. So I can get turned around in the grass without, getting my windrows all jacked up. And I can tell you, making sure you've got reasonably straight rows when you're baling grass really makes a big difference. Yeah, not bad for Christmas Eve, is it, Kevin? I don't think I've got much competition tonight. And that's a good thing. That means some people actually have lives. I don't know if any of our friends from Australia will drop in tonight, but it's already Christmas for them. They are already enjoying the holiday. It's Christmas and Harv hasn't had enough banquets yet. And no, I'm not doing a 24-hour stream, especially not on Christmas. There are those people that want to hear me pass out at my computer. They're like just diehard. Harv needs to do this until he literally passes out. Altoona. Thank you so much, Altoona. I got your postcard today from the Tractor Museum in Waterloo, Iowa. That is very cool, man. And I will be sharing that on stream here before too much longer. I haven't had time. I just got it yesterday. So, thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Oh, to be honest, Jonathan, it's, you know, a hectic week leading up to Christmas, so I dropped the ball and forgot. I will see what I can do about getting a pair of those up for you. Only for you do I do this, my friend, because honestly, you're the only person that will buy them. So it's extra work that I have to do to get them set up, but it's really not that big of a deal. So let me see what I can do about that over the next couple days. Old Harv's memory is not what it used to be. "24-hour stream doing sugar beets?" Yeah, so that means I can plant a half-acre field of sugar beets. That would pretty much do it. Yeah, that'd fill up 24 hours. Hastings, North Dakota. Is that on 22, Altoona, or is that on 19? Yeah, I've got your DM, Jonathan. It was it? It's your game, right? That's the one you wanted. It's your game. Oh, nice. Okay, that has to be, that's got to be a third-party map. It's not on Mod Hub. At least I didn't see it on Mod Hub. Gotcha, Altoona. AFP mapping. So how does that map look so far? Is it any good, or have you given it much of a try yet? Okay, I will, now I hope you're not expecting anything on the butt, because, that's almost impossible. It'll probably, like, one leg will say it's your game, and then the other leg will say play it your way on the outside, down the thigh. That's what I'm thinking of doing on those. Okay, I gotcha. I can't remember who I was talking to the other day, but a few productions are starting to come out on Mod Hub for 22. And I am mildly annoyed by the fact that some of the modders who are making these productions haven't picked up on the fact that Giants realizes that hauling water to a factory is stupid. But these modders haven't figured that out yet. And I'm telling you right now, any production mod that requires me to haul water to a factory that could be hooked up to a water supply is not going to be seen on my channel. Not going to happen. You don't even have to haul water for animals anymore. Well, for the small pastures you do, but not if you have an actual barn or a pen for them. I found that annoying in 19, but now that it's definitely not a thing in 22, I ain't doing it. Nope. All water all the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, Altoona knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. What factory on this planet do you see water trucks rolling in and out of day and night to keep them supplied? Oh, yeah, not a one. Even if it means, the daily maintenance cost or whatever is higher, so be it. But get your water hauling out of my factory. That's all I got to say about that. Me and Forrest Gump, we're not hauling water. See what I'm talking about? I mean, this grass really hasn't taken that long. The Nestle factory. That would be Nestle making bottled water, right? That's not quite the same thing. Because let's face it, bottled water is just tap water that's got a fancy label on it. And it's been filtered a couple times. No, even factories in the desert have access to water. I live in the desert, Mr. Corbin. I'm pretty sure there are no factories getting water hauled to them here. There we go. All diddly done. At least the mowing part. Wrong kind of deserts. Yeah, you can't even drink Jack Daniels in the town where it's made. Or you can't buy it there, at least. It'd be a dry county. Yeah, well, if I miss some grass, I miss some grass. I've got so much grass I can't afford to worry about every blade. That's about the truth of it, too. Jack Daniels, if you please. Now you done it. Got Harv singing. Oh, I bought myself a cedar and a bigger trailer also. That cedar was on sale, used. I think I had to go in debt to get it, but... And I do still have a $250,000 loan that I'm not going to pay off because... I don't have to. The bank can bite me. Oh, I know, Jonathan, I know. I'm just playing along, brother. I'm in a weird mood tonight. What can you use wood chips for besides logs? I don't know, but I still can't understand why they don't make wood chips an option for animal bedding. Wood chips make great animal bedding. So why in FS22 and 19 and anywhere else can you not just use wood chips for animal bedding? Oh, forgot to turn on auto eject. I once saw a legit 3-gallon bottle of Jack that was 56 years old and had a price of $675. Outstanding. There's a mod idea for somebody. Wood chips for animal bedding. Come on. It's not like they have any real value, right? You're not going to become the wood chip baron. Unless you're playing a Kaz 64 map. Kaz always liked to make his wood chips worth a metric ton of cash. You could make a lot of money on wood chips from Kaz 64 maps. Looking forward to see what he comes out with for 22. That'll be interesting. Hey, Ray, how you doing, bud? Merry Christmas, my friend. Alright, you get that set up, Lifehawk. I'll drop in and sign it. Oh, it was sealed with a cork. Still had the paper. Oh, what's the tax stamp across the top of it? Is that what you're talking about? Nah, animals wouldn't have any problem with wood chips. They do use wood chips in the real world for animal bedding. That's a fact. Look it up. Be my guest. $12 signatures. The world is going to change. That's right, we could be farming hamsters, Jonathan. Everybody uses wood chips in their hamster cages. Imagine if I was farming, like 1,000 guinea pigs and hamsters. Although, not to be crude or anything, but there are some cultures that consider guinea pig fine dining. Let's put it that way. Oh, there you go, Ray. You can't sleep. You see me streaming. Give it 20 minutes and you will be fast asleep, my friend. A mice farm. Well, you know, if somebody would do it like we had on PV Uncharted, some kind of fire log production, or you know, a particle board production. Both of those, you know, in the real world use wood chips, so make your petition you know, a broad scope. Yeah, right, Rodney? And welcome to Harv's World. Good to have you with us, man. Merry Christmas. Yeah, guinea pig is a delicacy in some cultures. Come on, Black Beauty. Now, I know some people are probably thinking, Harv's got over almost $700,000. Why does he not have a Fent 1050 yet? And I will tell you the answer to that question, because I've got other things I want to do that will bring in even more money in the future. So I'm going to hold off on the 1050 until I've got a much better income stream. I mean, basically the $700,000 I made was from saving up bales for the better part of a year. Like I said, I sold 184 bales at 5,500 liters of silage apiece. Yeah, composter works good too. Why don't we have compost in the game yet? Do we have... We don't have compost in 22, do we? No, I don't think we do. Yes, they do, Ben. Alright, this is taking a very dark turn for a Christmas Eve. Moving right along. Yeah, a very dark turn, because I literally just thought, moving right along. Oh, that's the song that Kermit the Frog sings with Fozzie Bear, and then thought, oh yeah, frog's legs are a delicacy also. Which actually was part of that movie, right? They were trying to catch Kermit so that they could cook his legs. That's pretty dark for a kid's movie. What I want to see is a baler that wraps the bale before it ejects it. Like a double chambered baler. So I never have to stop, but I still get wrapped bales. Well, I mean, the only tractors that I own, Kev, are Fents. This is the Fendt Black Beauty right here, which is a nice large tractor, just cheaper than a 1050. And then I've also got a second tractor. It's a Fendt 900. I just don't have the 1050 yet. Die Hard is whatever you want it to be. If you think it's a fun Christmas movie, then by all means, enjoy it. First and foremost, it's an action movie that happens to take place at Christmas. I personally would argue that Christmas movies are those warm, fuzzy things where there's a whole bunch of drama that ultimately leads up to a happy ending. Oh, wait, that's kind of like Die Hard, right? Except it's a whole lot of action that ultimately leads to a happy ending. Not that kind of happy ending. Not the happy ending your dirty minds are leading toward. I've seen them Life Hawk. I just haven't seen the benefit to them other than you can do them relatively stationary. They were in the Anderson pack in FS19. And I actually have seen strings of bales like that in the real world. Somebody had done bales with one of the Anderson balers because I actually did I see them actually using it? I can't remember. I slept since then. Me and Adolphus Coors have had too many intimate conversations since then. Oh, It's a Wonderful Life is not the best Christmas movie. Yeah, they are interesting. They're unique. It was actually from Italy, Ghost Pepper. Fragile. I just watched that last night. That is my favorite Christmas movie, and it's called A Christmas Story. For some reason, if it's the Vicon Fast Bale that you're thinking of, I've never had good luck with that baler. Look, it says Fragile. That says fragile, dear. Oh, yeah. That is true. Wrong button. A Christmas Story is my favorite. There you go, iPlay. That's right. You'll shoot your eye out. You'll shoot your eye out. Close second for me is Love Actually. I get a big kick out of Love Actually. It's a generational thing, Snow Bunny. I pretty much grew up within about 300 miles of where that story takes place. And a lot of the stuff that goes on in that movie is the kind of stuff I grew up with as a kid. I mean, the look and feel of that movie is just like real life for me growing up as a kid. Although I never said, oh fudge, and got my mouth washed out with Lifebuoy. And I never had dreams that I went blind from Lifebuoy and made my parents feel bad about it. I really wish you could turn the warning beeper off too. That needs to be an optional switch. Because there's nothing worse than getting to 5,000 liters on a bale and having to run around looking for extra grass to pick up with that beeper going crazy in your ear. Alright, moving on to the big field. Oh, that's awesome. I love Grumpy Old Men, too. That's a great movie. Gremlins is a Christmas... And I don't think I've heard about Gremlins being a Christmas movie before. Right next door, Lifehawk. Don't you remember me? I was the kid that kept shooting out your back windows with BBs. Okay, what's your most off-the-wall Christmas... Like, if you have a guilty pleasure Christmas movie, what would it be? Like, something you wouldn't want to... wouldn't want to catch your friends. Snow Bunny... Seasons can be as long as you want them to be, up to, I think, what, 28 days per month? So you can either play at 1 day per month up to 28 days per month. So you can literally almost do an actual year on FS22. Why you would ever torture yourself that way is beyond imagining. Lifehawk, that's no way to talk about your ex-wife. Shame on you. Hot Fuzz. I don't know about Hot Fuzz, but I love those guys. Shaun of the Dead is my favorite horror movie. And sadly, I can't think of his name right now. Somebody tell me that actor's name, the one who's actually the famous one now, that was Scotty in the new Star Trek and all of that. The guy who plays Shaun in Shaun of the Dead. Oh my gosh, is he awesome. Yeah, some movies don't hold up well, do they, Altoona? One that I like that always seems to get overlooked, and just because of its goofiness and the premise behind it I think is pretty clever, is The Santa Claus with Tim Allen. Oh, there you go, Jonathan. Yeah, I know White Christmas. Simon Pegg. Thank you, Lifehawk. No, Simon Pegg was the guy. Not a big Nicolas Cage fan, I'll be honest. Although, fun fact, Nicolas Cage is actually Francis Ford Coppola's nephew, I believe. I know they're related. I believe he's the nephew. There, yep, thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Ben. That's a good one, Jonathan. Good call. Yeah, I like the Santa Claus. It's just silly, but good fun. I like the fact that, you know, because he accidentally killed Santa, he had to become Santa. That's kind of what hooked me on it. Yep, Nicolas Cage is a national treasure. And I gotta be honest with you, I am not a fan of that movie in any way, shape, or form. Did not care for National Treasure. Although, to be fair, Nicolas Cage has done a lot of movies at this point. Oh, I'm surprised nobody brought up any of the Christmas Carol versions. I can't ever remember the other guy's name either, Rodney. All I know, I know him as Ed. And the reason I know him as Ed is because that's what his character's name was in Shaun of the Dead. Okay, since we converted to the Muppets, even though it's not necessarily directly Christmas related, for those of you who grew up with the Muppet Show, what was the favorite part of the Muppet Show that you liked? For me, it's a toss-up between the two old guys, the two old guys in the balcony who are constantly bashing on the show, and the Swedish Chef. I have not tried a semi-truck yet in FS22, so I can't comment on that, Rodney. Oh yeah, Beaker was awesome too. Waldorf and Statler, those are the two old guys in the balcony. They are hilarious. Animal was awesome too, I have to admit. Although to be fair, Kevin, tell me somebody at some point didn't call you Animal. I saw that picture of you playing the drums, man. Frank Oz did several voices also. Frank Oz was the voice of Yoda in the original Star Wars movies. Did you know that? Hmm? Oh, is that right, Jonathan? They don't have the right traction? My favorite Adam Sandler is 50 First Dates. And the second one, the second one would have to be Happy Gilmore. Nice, Ben. Frank Oz was in the Blues Brothers. Actually, he was in a lot of movies. Bit parts here and there. Who was Jim Henson's favorite Muppet? That would be the Harv Muppet. Jim Henson loved the Harv Muppet. Mr. Deeds was pretty good. Again, I love 50 First Dates because it's got an interesting and unique premise to it. That cracked me up. When it comes to stupid comedy, um, it's really a toss-up for me because most of the time I won't like it, but every once in a while one will strike my fancy. The Harv Muppet, Ben. The Harv Muppet. Didn't you know there was a Harv Muppet? Yes, I said the Harv Muppet. The Harv Muppet is a really cool Muppet because the Harv Muppet was always invisible and never said anything. Much like some people wish Harv was now. Oh, I'm just blowing through this. Hey. Yeah, I'll have to come back and get it. That's right, Jonathan. You tell him. Come on, Ben, get with the program. That's what you get for getting in my way, Mr. Bale. Oh, okay, cool. Harv is in Discord as much as he needs to be. And that's enough said on that topic. Fair enough, Jonathan. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I never shut up. Snow Bunny. Well, Mr. Bale can do his worst. Yes, yes, he can. He can sue me for every penny I've got. Every last stinking penny. I'm with you on that iPlay. I don't understand remakes of any kind. I really don't. I mean, especially when it's something that's classic, not on the same level as the Muppets, but you know, how do you remake Psycho? And what idiot was arrogant enough to say I can remake a movie made by one of the masters of suspense, the guy who started it all? I heard the new Ghostbuster is really good though. The newest Ghostbusters movie, I guess, is it takes off after Ghostbusters 2. And a friend of mine was telling me that it was actually really good, so I might have to look into that. Speaking of remakes, I mean, Ghostbusters. One of the classic pinnacle comedy movies, how do you remake Ghostbusters? It's as good as it can ever be. Well, there's another Bale that's going to sue me. Life will go on. Well, the original Dune was actually quite awful. I actually remember going to the theater to see the Dune movie in the 80s, and like as you're walking in, they literally handed out like a 2-page pamphlet of stuff from the book so that you would understand what the movie was talking about. Like you had to take a test before you could watch the movie if you had never read the book, which I had never read the book, so. That's fair, Snow Bunny. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Paul Rudd is a good actor, good comedic actor. He's the guy that played Ant-Man, right? Well, hello, James. How are you doing? Um, Halo remastered. So are we talking about a video game remake here then? It's a little bit different with dated video games because, you know, obviously technology improves, so bringing back a video game makes a lot of sense, or remastering a video game makes a lot of sense just because of the advances in technology. Everybody forgets what a landline is. Fair enough. Yeah, that's what I thought, James. I thought you were talking about Halo, the video game. Well, we're almost done with baling this field. Very close. The 3D technology really couldn't do Tron justice, right, Ghost Pepper? We did not have the technology for a true high quality Tron movie back in the day. Alright, without Googling, who can tell me what the very first ever full length 3D animated feature movie was? No Googling. No Googling. Oh, you can get rid of that now. Yeah, for Christmas Eve, Kevin, that is awesome. The Terminator movies have evolved significantly. You're right about that, James. And I knew if nobody else knew, Lifehawk would. It was Toy Story. That is correct. Toy Story was the first full-length animated feature film in 3D. Oh crap, I forgot about that bit up there too. I think all of the Toy Story movies were good. I love all of them. Alright. There's a couple marshmallows out here. Oh, but Lion King is 2D. That is very true, Lifehawk. Pixar. See, now right now is when I wish I did have courseplay because, you know, odd-shaped fields like what I have. That's where courseplay really shines. I could get a worker to either start fertilizing or rolling these fields while I pick up bales. For a long time, Snow Bunny, it was The Little Mermaid for me. Little Mermaid was one of the top, last of the 2D Disney animated movies. I remember working in a video store, and all of the tapes had a sticker on them that said, "Be kind, please rewind." That makes me think about, you know, things that are lost to future generations. There's a lot of things that future generations will have no clue about because technology has made them obsolete. Videotapes, video rentals. Except, you know, from a streaming service. I mean, I'm talking about you actually have to go to the store and rent a VHS or a DVD. Oh, there's another strip of grass I forgot to pick up. Oh well, life goes on. I've got all the marshmallows I need for now. No, and I just batted that one a mile away. I'm not chasing it. Oh yeah, Dumbo was great. Pixar started the television babysitter generation. It was close. I don't know if they started it. They definitely cemented it though, for sure. I remember when CDs, or when music started to shift from LP records to CDs. And, the kid in my high school who was that rich kid that lived in the big house, right? His family had gotten a CD player. And we all went over and, to listen to music and see how awesome these CDs were and everything. And yeah, it was good. The quality was good and all of that. And I remember like saying, I really don't think this is going to take off. They're too expensive. Little did I know. What does Mr. Bale have? Merry Christmas to you too, Mr. Bale. Merry freaking Christmas. I'm here trying to save you from life sitting out here all alone. And look at that. There's a couple bales out there. Hootie and the Blowfish. Great, great, great music. I loved Hootie. My so my parents, I was of that generation that coming out of the 60s into the 70s and 80s when rock and roll was really starting to hit its heyday, right? And of course, my parents being the proverbial devout religious type of people were afraid that my soul would be sucked in by the devil through this evil rock and roll. And I kept saying, I wanted music, I wanted some albums and such. And so, what did they get me? They got me Elvis Presley. I think that stuck with me too, because I'm not a fan of Elvis to this day. I'm like, Elvis, give me some real music. I think the first album I ever bought was AC/DC's The Black Album. Oh yeah, tons of cassettes. Used to have a whole like briefcase full of cassettes that I would carry with me in the car. Well, you remember Cylinder Records, Ben, because your Uncle Ed has a collection of them. Benjamin's Uncle Ed just happens to be my brother. If you hadn't picked up on it yet. But his uncle, my brother, is very, very, very into antiques. Especially antique recording devices, antique records. He loves, wind up record players. Has tons of those, hard as a board 78 records. Some of them as thick as like a quarter, half an inch thick. He's got a cylinder record player, these wax cylinders that were the original Edison records. He's got dozens of them. And loves it. He would listen to those over any modern music you could possibly throw at him. That's true, Ghost Pepper. Don't ask him to tell you how old he is, because when he starts talking about his age, I really start to feel old as dirt. Yeah, my brother just the other day he was telling me that he found some DVDs of Abbott and Costello. Those old black and white comedy movies, and the Marx Brothers, Groucho Marx, and all of that. That's the freaking cat's meow as far as he's concerned. You don't get any better than the Marx Brothers and Abbott and Costello for my brother. Kiss, nice. Kiss had a real serious reputation in the 70s. I remember that crap. Like, Kiss did a comic book, and the whole rumor was that they had all donated like a vial of blood to put in the ink so that their actual blood was in the comic. And, they had all that makeup, and they looked satanic. And, oh, yeah. Yeah, that was big news back in the day, man. Alright, there we go. I think that's all of them. There's probably a bale hiding around here somewhere, but 45 bales, all told. And that was actually a small harvest. Normally I get over 60. But this grass had just been ready to harvest, just barely ready to harvest coming out of winter time. So I figured I'd knock one out real quick before it was 100% ready. Darn it, Harv. Was everyone on Kiss Jewish? I don't remember that. I don't remember hearing about that. I just know they had a nasty reputation back in the 70s. Well, they were playing into all of the social paranoia, anti-religious fervor, or the anti-rock and roll fervor of the, you know. All right, that takes care of that. Okay, so Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley were the Jewish members of the group. Is that what we're surmising? All right, let's give the 1050 a break. Oh, so only Gene Simmons was. Interesting. Okay, okay. It's a very real possibility, James. I really don't know what the story is behind all their makeup and get-ups and all of that. I was not that big a fan of the group. I'm not a big fan of groups. I'm a big fan of songs. If there's a song I like, I'll listen to it 10,000 freaking times. But to say, I'm going to listen to everything this group has ever done, probably not going to happen. Alright, I need a refill. And that means, hopefully, Mr. Helper is going to sit here and roll this field while you guys cheer him on. But I will be back in a minute. Mr. Corbin, you and I are going to have words, buddy. I'm back. Make fun of fence. How dare you? Oh, don't even get me started on John Deere. I had to top off several things. Hey, Steven, how you doing, man? People are John Deere fans just because they don't have the courage to be original. Oh, John Deere, that's the most popular thing out there. I guess I better be a John Deere fan. Because other people will think I'm weird if I'm not a fan of John Deere. Come on, tractor. No, I want to drive you now. Give up the helper. Oh, I see what's going on here. That's it. Ben always gets caught. He's been trying for the better part of 30 years to pull one over on his Uncle Harv. And it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I'm having a good one. Having a good one. Merry Christmas, man. Christmas Eve here. Looking forward to a nice, peaceful, relaxing Christmas day. See, now this is what I'm talking about with Courseplay. Courseplay would handle this really weird field with no problem. And I'm not going to jump. I know Courseplay, they've just done the first release of it and all of that. I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon just yet. I'm going to wait for some of the bugs to get worked out of it before I go diving in head first. You've been caught doing work. Yeah, that's true, Ben. You have. What about Willem Dafoe? Aside from the fact that he's been in everything under the planet, that guy has been in a lot of frickin' movies, man. Yeah, I thought so, Steven. So for you guys that don't know, who don't do a lot of grass work on FS22 or whatever, so these rollers, they are actual grassland rollers that you can find in the shop under grass crap. Literally, that's what they're called, grass crap. No, grassland care. You can find like the meadow roller here, this one. I've got a different one. Not only do these fertilize as you're rolling, but if you look at your map, and we'll look at this field right here that we're working on, as you're rolling, it automatically oh, I got to turn grass on. Oops, Harv. It automatically starts the grass regrowing immediately, which is pretty handy. So you get some extra growth out of your grass just by using the roller, and you don't have to pay for fertilizer. So that's pretty handy for those of you who didn't know about that. It's helpful. And for my money, grass is the best money in FS22 right now. Especially if you're playing seasons, it will keep some money consistently flowing while you're waiting on your other crops to get ready to harvest. They have Clarkson's tractor in the FS22, the Lamborghini. Lifehawk says he has it, posted it in the Discord. Mr. Swede, good morning. Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. That's a fair point, Ghost Pepper, about the white tractors. White does make some fine tractors. I will concede that point. Although somebody told me recently that, what was that? Oh, that there are certain modders who are making mods, and I don't remember the brand, but apparently they're going to try to get them in the game, and they're actually going so far as to contact the brand maker and trying to get them to contract with FS22 to include that brand in the game. I don't remember exactly what. Caveman could tell you. He's the one who told me about it. But yeah, some of these modders really go to great lengths to include new stuff in the game that's not already here. And that would be why, Steven. It's not necessary. You know, you can just put fertilizer on here and it would be much faster. That's the downside to the grassland rollers. It's hard to find one that is very big. And the reason I'm using the one that I'm using, this is a modded one. It's the Gootler. I'll show it to you here in just a second. The reason I use this one is because not only is it a grass roller, it's also a field roller. It does both. None of the in-game stuff does that. This is the first one that I've seen that is multi-purpose. So I don't have to have two different rollers. However, I'll probably end up with two different rollers anyway because this is the widest grassland roller I can find, but there are much bigger field rollers, and I've got some pretty sizable fields. So at some point I'll end up upgrading to a much bigger field roller just to get my actual crop fields rolled when they need it. Mr. Swede, I will bet Christmas in Scandinavia is pretty freaking spectacular. I didn't know that much about Scandinavia before I started doing the Baltic Sea, which didn't last very long, unfortunately, because FS22 came out. But I learned some really cool and interesting facts, and I would definitely be incredibly intrigued to visit Denmark, Norway, or Sweden at some point in the not too distant future. That would be fabulous. Definitely has to be on my bucket list at this point. Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Kevin, our awesome moderator. What would I do without you, Kev? Oh, and tell Karen I said Merry Christmas. Now that I know there actually is a real Karen. And I know the story about why Karen suddenly disappeared. I'll let you share that if you so choose. That's because the people who follow Harv's World are awesome. Hey, there you go, Ben. We could do that. I have never actually been overseas anywhere, so that would be pretty cool, actually. I've had a couple standing invitations, you know, place to stay if I ever visit Australia. One for my good friend Marilyn, and Marilyn, if you happen to pick up on the stream later, Merry Christmas, sweetheart. You are my mother from down under. That's what I call her these days. She's an absolute dear, and I hope she's getting on well. She's had some issues with her health lately, but she is the sweetest person you would ever want to meet. You almost, well, okay, I have been to Canada a few times, but I've never crossed the pond, as our British as our British cousins would say. I've never been across the pond. Oh, that's an interesting little bit of information anyway, Mr. Swede. So in Scandinavia, it's more common to celebrate Christmas Eve than Christmas Day. It's a bit of a toss. I mean, I think most people probably do celebrate on Christmas Day, but every family kind of has their own tradition. Some of them put it all on Christmas Eve. Some people, because they have extended families, do both. Some like personal family on Christmas Eve and then extended family on Christmas Day. And what do you do in Canada for spring break except, move from cold to more cold? I thought you like spring break was the time when you got a break from the cold and you went somewhere nice and sunny and warm. At least listening to Sharko talk, like, they're under snow 9 out of 12 months a year. Outdoor Corey, you only celebrate Krampus? There you go. Whatever works for you, man. Anybody do the Festivus thing? If you know what I'm talking about, which would be fabulous. I can see Lifehawk doing Festivus. All right, Corey. Good night, man. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate it. Merry Krampus. And even though you may not follow, Merry Christmas, man. Okay, I understand now, Jonathan. I got you, brother. I'm actually impressed that so many people dropped in tonight. Thank you for joining me on Christmas Eve, guys. I appreciate it. I expected a handful, half a dozen or so, but and all I'm doing is rolling my stupid grass field. Actually, as soon as I'm done rolling this grass field, I'm going to spend a whole bunch of money. A whole bunch of money. I need to check the flower prices. I was just in peak flower season, but my flower wasn't done in time, so hopefully I can still make halfway decent money off of it before the price really bottoms out. And I think I might open a bakery. I think that's the direction I'm going to go on production. Only you crazy Minnesotans. You and Doug and Bob McKenzie. Merry Christmas, James. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Happy holidays to you and yours. It's funny, but I think of places like Minnesota, and I think of the movie Fargo. Even though that's technically North Dakota, it's so bloody close to Minnesota that it might as well be the same. And I know you know what I'm talking about, Jonathan. I know you do. Yeah, Jonathan, you don't happen to own a wood chipper, do you? If you do, I'd be getting a little nervous. That does not surprise me in the least, Altoona. That doesn't surprise me at all. Although that actor in Fargo, William H. Macy, I love that guy. He is so good in everything that he does. Oh, Fargo's just weird. It's a very weird movie. It's actually almost more about making fun of that northern culture from Minnesota and North Dakota than anything else, actually. Your trusty old axe, huh? Now, as long as you don't insist on axing me a question, we're all good. Should have been called. I've been to Moorhead a few times. I know where Moorhead is. Used to drive through there all the time. It's right on, is it I-90 or I-94 across there? It's been a couple decades or better. But I have definitely been to and through Moorhead. And I'm not talking about Agnes. Oh, let's see if anybody gets that one. Oh yeah, I love that too, Altoon. And No Country for Old Men, great movie. Ooh, I actually got to watch Hunt for Red October last night. One of my all-time favoriteest old school movies. Rates right up there with Shawshank Redemption, at least in my opinion. And, you know, we start talking about movies. You guys are free to give Benjamin Corbin crap because he has not seen so many amazing movies that, you know, he's really missed out on life in general. He's never seen Shawshank. He has never seen Shawshank. 94. Okay, thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a few years, literally a couple decades since I drove across 94. But I've been back and forth across. In fact, my semi gelled up on 94 one time coming through North Dakota. It was 80 below zero wind chill. Stupidly cold, just ridiculously cold. I had to flag down another truck driver to give me a lift into Fargo so I could get a tow back into Fargo so they could thaw out my truck. No exaggeration. If you guys don't know anything about diesel fuel has paraffin in it. And if it gets too cold, that paraffin starts to solidify. You know, it's a form of wax. And so diesel fuel in the wintertime can gel up if you don't treat it properly. And the truck I was driving actually had an overflow system. It would literally pump extra fuel through the engine block to warm it up to keep the fuel tanks warm. And if your truck had been running for a long time, you could put your hand on the fuel tank and it would actually feel warm, you know, even when it was, you know, below zero outside. But I had to buy a whole bunch of fuel all at the same time, and so it didn't have a chance to warm up the fresh fuel in the tank. And yeah, that was quite unpleasant. More for the tow truck driver, because I don't know if you guys know anything about semis and towing them, but you literally have to drop the drive shaft before you can tow them down the highway. So he's out there in 80 below zero wind chill underneath my truck, taking the drive shaft out to get it hooked up to his wrecker so he can tow it back into Fargo. Carrie is ranked as the best Stephen King movie. Shawshank is sick. That's a shame because I got in a real jag of reading Stephen King books and then watching the movies. And of course, if you've ever read a book and then tried to watch the movie, it's always incredibly disappointing. And yeah. So Carrie rates above. What was that awful Stanley Kubrick Hotel Colorado, The Shining? Carrie rates above The Shining. Everybody loves that version of The Shining. I think it's complete trash. I've always hated it, and I was really happy to find out that Stephen King hates it too. Stephen King and I don't have a lot in common, but at least we have that going for us. Pizza Patrol for a while? Altoona? Why does diesel cost so much since it's a waste product from gasoline? Beats the crap out of me. And that's thank you, Mr. Sweet, for bringing that up again. It could be a couple of things. First, I'm not connected to voice through Discord. I really think Discord is a huge, huge, huge leech on my stream. It could also be that it's later in the evening on a Friday night here and not as many people are sucking up the bandwidth from my cable connection. I don't know which one it is. All I know is Friday night streams when I'm not using Discord always seem to run nice and clean. I don't have a single warning pop up from Streamlabs telling me that they're dropping frames. This is the second Friday in a row where it's run super smooth like that. This is the way it should be all the time. Oh, okay. Local pizza joint in Fargo. Pizza Patrol. Very cool. My first real job was with Little Caesars Pizza. And I say real, I was actually a manager for them for a couple of years. uh, first of all, Ben, I don't know who you're talking to, and I don't know what throw hands means. Oh, that's a fair point, Stephen. That is a fair point. Yeah, I knew back in the day, Lifehawk, he was the owner of the hockey team. And I imagine he's grown since then. Michael Illich was his name. I don't know why I remember that, but I do, sadly. What why are you all butthurt with me, Mr. Corbin? Why are we throwing hands? Did you just hear the comment I made about you never seeing Shawshank Redemption, or what? Oh, okay. Yeah, back in the day, he was only associated with the Red Wings. So apparently, his righteous little Caesar bucks have bought him into other sport franchises. Of course, when I worked for Little Caesars, you always got two pizza. You couldn't order a single pizza from Little Caesars. You had to get two. We did not serve just one. It was pizza pizza, and that means you got two frickin' pizzas whether you wanted two pizzas or not. Almost done with this frickin' rolling. I spent quite a bit of time in Cedar Rapids, Altoona. That's where I learned how to drive a semi, actually, for CRST. I have a really good friend who lives in Iowa City or in that neck of the woods. What was the I actually I'm surprised I don't, but I don't know what the original name of the Shawshank Redemption was. What was it? Well, I'll tell you, Stephen, I won't argue that point because one of my favorite breakfasts is cold pizza. No exaggeration. There's nothing better than getting up in the morning and grabbing a slice or two of leftover pizza from the fridge for breakfast. Probably something I learned in college, but it has stuck with me and it's still fabulous to this very day. Oh, finally. Well, the original short story. The original short story was called Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. I knew that. I didn't know that they ever used that as the full title of the movie. What was Stephen King's pen name that several movies or several stories have used, and a few movies were made out of the stories written by the guy who supposedly was his pen name. Yeah, I'm still waiting on the flour price to peak, so no worries there. This is my flour trailer. If you didn't see it before, this right here is 40 pallets of premium flour from the flour mill that I own. Okay, they really need to do away with the whole camera. They gave us a mod to get rid of this camera collision crap in FS19. When are they going to do that for FS22? I like The Green Mile a lot too, Kevin. That's a really good movie. Okay, now I need to see, what am I going to spend this money on? I know I want to buy land. That's my big thing. I need to expand my land holding empire. So I've been looking around a little bit, because that's what I do. And I was looking at two areas, 12, 11, and 13 right here. 18, 19, and 20. 18, 19, and 20 are actually just slightly cheaper, but it's a little smaller. It doesn't look like it, but it is. I really kind of like 11, 12, and 13. I think I'm going to go with this right here for a couple of reasons. One, 11 and 13 already have growing crops in them at 98% yield, so I got nothing to worry about there. And then I can prep 12 for whatever I want it to be. Justin, you are correct. Richard Bachman is exactly right. Very nice. You win the Christmas turkey, my friend. Lifehawk, no. Weather, in old seasons, yes, weather could affect stuff like that. In new seasons, no, it does not. So I'm going to buy 11, 12, and 13. Still have a couple 100,000 left over to, well, 146,000 left over. So 12 is the field I want to concentrate on right now. It's been cultivated. It does not need... It's got weeds in it. It's got one application of fertilizer. Okay. As strange as it may sound, I'm going to plow it. Get rid of those weeds. I've been thinking about that, Jonathan. I have been thinking about if I've got my chickens. And man, do chickens ever take off strong. Let me tell you, chickens... It did not take long, because I bought 150 chickens, and I've got over 300 now, and it hasn't been that long since I got them, and I bought baby chickens. And they are cranking out the eggs pretty handily, so... I don't know yet what larger animals I'm going to go into. I can tell you one animal I'm not going to go into for sure, and that's horses. Horses were great in FS19. They are trash in FS22. More realistic, to be honest. They are more realistic, but they are not the horses that we knew and loved from FS19. Especially all the time and effort that you have to put into them now. So these are my new fields. Those are some pretty good honking fields right there. And this is the one that is garbage that needs to be corrected ASAP. It's a couple acres. But plowing is going to hook me up on this. Jonathan and Kevin. 18 to 20. 11, 12, and 13. Kevin wins the day on this one. 11, 12, and 13. It really was a toss-up, though, but... I mean, I've got huge tracts of land. Look at those big honkers. I've actually considered even just merging these. But like I said, those two fields are planted in at 98% already. One with wheat and the other with soybeans. So that's going to be some free crop I get to harvest. This field I can plant in any way I want to. And while we're running down this field, what are my options? Anything pretty much. Oh, that's it. Oats. We're definitely going to do oats. Although I've been thinking about going into the grape business in the not too distant future too. Although we can't. No, we're doing oats. Because I've got the flour mill, and oat makes a lot of flour. Hotkeys, Mr. Lifehawk, the hotkeys. I am going to be doing an updated GPS tutorial that will walk you through all of that stuff. I have all of my GPS hotkeys programmed into my side panel. So it's just a push of a couple buttons for me. The nice thing about new GPS, and this actually came out just a little bit before FS22, there was an update to GPS, but the modder added a few additional hotkeys. So I can turn, and I don't know how well you can see this, but I can actually turn the lines off and on anytime I want to. Things like that. Very handy. Oh, that's a good thank you, Jonathan. That's a good reminder. I was thinking about that production chain leading up to tailoring and making clothing. Yeah, maybe you might be onto something. I've got all this grass anyway. I could do sheep pretty easily. Well, one of the nice things about FS22 is they have brilliantly, and I mean brilliantly, made using and remapping your keys, especially for mods, incredibly easy. And I'll show you why as soon as I get a good start down this field. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, if you go to your key mapping menu here, now it looks real similar to what it did before, but if you scroll down to the bottom, each mod now has its own category. So, for example, HUD toggle. It tells me the mod that this key is associated with. Lumberjack right there. Player speed right there. Power tools right there. Real speed limit right there. Guidance steering right there. Take a screenshot right now, Lifehawk. These are all of the hotkeys for guidance steering right there. And of course you can assign them to whatever you want. So if I look at my gamepad, scroll down, because every time you switch you've got to scroll back down. Scroll down to my gamepad to guidance steering, you can see SciTech side panel. And these are all the hotkeys I have set up on my side panel to activate guidance steering. Hey Tris, Merry Christmas, my dear. Thank you for dropping in. Enjoy the gift wrapping. I know, right, Kev? I'm very impressed by the turnout tonight on a Christmas. I really thought, 3 or 4, a couple people would drop in, but yeah, you guys are awesome. Very nice to have you with me. Yeah, it's. I mentioned to you in Discord earlier, Lifehawk, that one of the things that I was impressed with Giants and FS22. Now I'm not going to say FS22 is perfect. There's still some things that need work, but I really feel like Giants had listened to the player base and done a lot to make the game a little more intuitive, a little more user friendly. The menus are better, things like that, and that's just one of those little things that maybe your average player wouldn't notice, but someone who uses a lot of mods, especially mods that have their own custom key bindings, really appreciates. So there you go. There it is. So basic. All right. Let me get running down the field here, and I will go back into that key binding menu. So in guidance steering, it's set guidance point, Lifehawk, and in this situation, we're not using the cardinal. We're actually using set guidance point. So when I want to set a guidance point, and here let me just do a complete reset. I'll turn my lines back on. So I'm gonna double tap Alt E, and you can see right there how I've got the A. We're doing the A-B setup in this situation. So right now it's got A. I'm going to start down the field, and when I get far enough down the field, I'm going to hit Alt E again, which is really just my hotkey. And once I hit Alt E, it sets my course right down the field, and then I can lock in on guidance steering. That's all there is to it. We're not actually using cardinal on this now. I'm using the other setup type. Enjoy. Yeah, I know. I remember the whole Christmas gift wrapping thing, but maybe we can make it go a little bit smoother for you. Who knows? You might be right about that, Jonathan. You might be right about that. Now, I don't have, since I started working a real job, because when I started this channel, I was unemployed and had all the time in the world. I have not been able to dig into FS22 as much as I would like at this point. I have a 210% solid understanding of field preparation, and in fact, my first tutorial video will be coming out in the next couple of days, and that's about how to properly prepare your field so you get 100% yield every single time. Too cool! Holy crap, dude! I'm having a banquet for you, man. See, the Fat Black Beauty, it's a really solid tractor. I have to say, I'm glad I got it. It could easily become like the new go-to Fendt, just because it still runs over 400 horsepower, and it's probably $100,000 cheaper than the 1050. At least it will become an early go-to until I can lead up to buying a 1050. That's right, too cool. Absolutely. Liquid steak, you betcha. Um, Actually, these rocks are meaningless because when I first started playing on this map, just doing my impromptu for fun, everybody said turn those stupid rocks off, and so I have. So these rocks aren't affecting anything. And here's a little news flash for you guys. Did you know that rocks don't hurt your harvest in any way, shape, or form? Rocks don't matter. Although I am going to be doing some testing on whether or not, or how much damage rocks do to your equipment. Also, these little bitty rocks, you don't need a rock picker for these. You only need a rock picker for big rocks. These little bitty rocks, you can forget about them. Because one of the things that you have to do to get 100% yield bonus on your field is roll your field with a field roller. If you roll your field with a field roller, guess what? The field roller rolls and compresses or pushes back into the soil all them little bitty rocks. So they're a non-issue. Literally, you don't even have to even think about them. Pop rocks are fine in your field too. Just don't add coke. Don't put coke in your field if you've got pop rocks in there. It will explode. Forrest, Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas to you too as well. Beat you to it, Lifehawk. Beat you to it. That's a good point too, Jonathan. Rocks, you can make lime with the rocks. And the small rocks, while you don't have to use a stone picker on them, the stone picker will pick up these little rocks and get them out of your field. But it's not necessary. Frankly, I find the whole stone picker thing just a little bit tedious. And the stone pick, because there's two sizes of rocks now. There's these little rocks and there's big rocks. And the stone picker is required to get big rocks out of your field, but not the little ones. Hey, Harley, I was just thinking about you, honestly. Literally just thinking, oh, it's a stream without Harley. I should have known that I would see you at least at some point. Merry Christmas, Harley. It's good to see you on Christmas Eve. A very Merry Christmas to you. Hey, too cool. Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. You've been around for a long time. It would be nice if they would implement something like that in 22, where you could use the rocks to build the walls on your property instead of having to pay for them. You know, like that goofy guy on Clarkson Farm. Nobody could understand a word that came out of his mouth, but he could build a rock wall like there was no tomorrow. And, you know, if any of you guys happen to know Jeremy Clarkson, tell him that Harv at Harv's World thinks he's got a spectacular farming show. And, you know, if he needs somebody to help with that, Harv is definitely open to the idea. I hear that a lot, Harley. I don't know how. I don't know what if anything I can do about. I don't get notified either. Actually, I've got a second account under my personal name, and I never get the notifications from Harv's World either that anything is happening. That videos have come up, nothing. So I don't know what the deal with YouTube and that is. Can I show you the difference between big rocks and little rocks? Well, it just so happens, Too Cool, that if you'll give me a second, I can show you the difference between big rocks and little rocks. Oh, hang with me for a second. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Let's see. Let's see if I can find this without too much trouble. I go there and there. No, there. There. Okay, why did you not? Well, now my system's going to be difficult. Too Cool gets a buzz, and now I've got to jump through hoops for him. What's going on, man? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, you see that? Do you see that? So look at that picture. Those are big rocks. Now look at this. These are little rocks. Big rocks. Little rocks. Big rocks. Little rocks. There you go. Big versus little rocks. And I'm not talking about Arkansas. You're throwing loonies at the rocks? That's crazy. Tito's vodka production. There you go. Let's see. Where are we at this point? Probably a coat of fertilizer on there. And where? What? Yeah, I need to see that field again. That's my field. Oh, we got fertilizer on there. Oh. Okay. I can fix that. I got this covered. I'm on it like a car bonnet. No one does rock comparisons like me. I should have been a frickin' geologist, by God. Harv, the FS22 geologist. Okay, I'm going to do something. I wouldn't call it controversial, but it's definitely different and interesting. Because let me check my calendar before I say this for sure. I want to put oats in this field. Oh yeah, I'm good to go. I am rocking and rolling. I need my planter at this point, my seeder. Oh, watch out for that trailer, Harv. Now, I want to put oats in field 12, the field I just plowed. However, I also want a 100% yield bonus. The only way I can get a 100% yield bonus is if I mulch the previous crop. Unfortunately, there was no previous crop. What to do, what to do, what to do. Harv knows what to do. I'm going to get my trusty seeder out here. And I am going to plant oilseed radish. That's right, that crop nobody ever plants. Harv's planting it. Why? Because all I got to do is let oilseed radish... All I got to do is let oilseed radish grow for 1 month. I keep wanting to say days, but in FS22 now it's months. Oilseed radish takes very, very little seed. You don't have to fertilize it. All I got to do is let it grow. Once it starts to grow, I can come in with my mulcher, mulch it, and that will give me the bonus, my yield bonus for mulching, and I can still get to 100%. So there you go. Exactly right, Jonathan. Watching a guy that was out looking for a missing YouTuber. Somebody's looking for a missing YouTuber in my neck of the woods? That's a little disturbing. It wasn't me. I'm not missing. Nah, if I was back in Pineapple Bay, I would be having rum and coke. What's this 103% yield bonus you're talking about? Now, all bonuses that I've seen actually add up to 101%. And I personally sneakingly suspect that the fertilizer actually only gives you 22.5%, not 23. They're just rounding up to keep the numbers simple. I don't know. That's right. Harv always has a plan. And man, did it just like suddenly get dark all of a sudden or what? Did the sun go behind the mountain again? Yeah, it must have. Look, that's the eagle's nest up there on the top of the mountain. Went missing by Area 51. Yeah, because you know they don't have fences at Area 51. They've got like ground sensors and cameras and crap. So if you go nosing around at Area 51 and you come across a sign that says, don't go past this sign, otherwise your butt is in deep trouble, and you go beyond that sign anyway, guess what? Your butt is in big trouble. It was kind of a solar eclipse, although this map is kind of cool in that the sun will go behind these mountains, and so especially when you've got time sped up, you can actually see like the shadow of the mountain ticking across your field. Anyway, moving right along. I'm kind of big into documentaries in general, and I've watched a couple over the last couple of weeks that really kind of make YouTubers and social media personalities look like total complete idiots and jerks. One of them was a documentary about a girl who disappeared at the Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. She was from Canada. And, you know, a bunch of YouTubers got on the story bandwagon, and you know, they were trying to be detectives and figure out what had happened and all this bull crap. And of course, you know, they got their followers involved, and everybody thinks they know what's going on and has an idea. And there was this guy who plays like death metal. He's a death metal artist, and happened to write some songs that some of the lyrics kind of coincided with what may or may not have happened at the Cecil Hotel. You know, because he's a death metal guy. He's singing about angry, violent stuff, right? Well, people started making these connections, and they had all these conspiracy theories going. Well, they started making connections to his song lyrics and the disappearance of this girl. They literally destroyed this guy's life. Like, they got his YouTube channel taken down, like so many things. Like, his life was completely destroyed. And when it was all said and done, I mean, clearly he wasn't even in the country when when this event took place. And, well, I don't want to spoil it for you, but foul play was not the cause of her disappearance. But social media personalities destroyed this poor guy's life because, they were using this thing to gain popularity. I don't know. I feel like people need to be more responsible with their social media. And no one has ever reached out to this guy to apologize or anything. If you're going to have a voice in the world, and albeit mine's a small one, but it's growing, be a positive thing. Don't be destructive. Anyway, soapbox off, moving right along. Where are we at? 80 degrees, too cool? It, and God knows we need it because we've been in a very serious drought for the last couple of years, but man, it poured rain for 12 hours yesterday. Today it warmed back up again, but the wind must have been 30 or 40 miles an hour. Strange weather right now, very strange. There's a surprise up there on the peak of that mountain on a bench. Up there where that restaurant thing is up there? Do I have to ride the ski lift to get up there? I've not gone looking for any collectibles on this particular map. I gotta be honest with you. I mean, it's a fun little side thing to do, but honestly, since I started playing this, I've been way too busy just with the farming that I'm doing to have time to do collectible stuff. Well, thank you for saying so, Jonathan. Yeah, I'm still really small though. I don't reach the audience. A powerful voice is reaching a lot of people. You guys are great people. I love having you around. I just don't have the audience that a lot of these people do. But when I do, and I expect that I will, I hope that I can make that a positive for the world and not just me taking advantage to throw a couple extra bucks in my bank account. Jiro dreams of sushi. Phenomenal documentary. It's about the best sushi chef in the world and his 10-seat pull-up. Okay, that's interesting. I might check that out. Yeah, wow. Christmas Eve and 20 people hanging with the Harv. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining in. I need to get this oilseed radish completed, and then I probably call it not call it a stream, but call it a day per se. Just so I can get on to tomorrow and you guys don't have to try to watch this in the dark. Ooh. Oh, that's good, Harv. I know I hit that freaking button. I know I did. Oh well. Well, thank you for saying so, Lifehawk. I hope so. I'll tell you, I was never so impressed by anybody in my entire life as I have been of this group of people. Because by all effective standards, I'm a very small channel. I really am. But you guys managed, and I'm still just in shock that, you guys managed to pull together $3,000 to help people in need at Christmas time. That is so impressive to me. You guys, you take my breath away, man. You really do. And that's right, Forrest. The farm won't run itself. And you guys have been nothing but kind to me, and that means the world to me too. I was really afraid going into YouTube the first time I did it. I'll be honest, one of the scariest things I ever did in my life was post my first video. That's the God's honest truth. Like posting my first video, I was like, "Oh my God, I'm opening myself up to, the internet, the interwebs, and all of the vitriol and hatred that people spew because they're keyboard warriors." And I have not had that experience at all. It has been so incredibly positive and uplifting, and I credit each and every one of you for that, and I thank you for making it that way for me. Justin, Merry Christmas to you too, my friend. Merry Christmas to you and yours. I hope it's fantastic. Well, let's see. A year ago, December, I think I was at maybe 600 subscribers. No exaggeration. A year before that, I didn't even know what YouTube was. Okay, I knew what YouTube I knew what YouTube was, but I never used it for anything. I barely watched YouTube videos. Here we are today. And that's right, Forrest, all fence matter. Well, I've been keeping my eye on Too Cool, especially since I found out he drinks Corona. I was worried about the Texas thing. Texas would have been okay, but then he also drinks Corona, so double whammy there. And I only say that because Too Cool is such a laid back, good natured guy. I know he can handle it. He plays along. Plus, he drives for UPS, and I don't want my packages to get lost, so. Hey, that's funny because all my exes live in Texas also. Weird how that works out, isn't it? Excuse me. All right, Justin. Well, you have a great night. Have a fantastic Christmas. Enjoy it. And we will see you next time, bud. Take care. Coronets? Did I say coronet? I thought I said Corona. My Corona. I will definitely give props to Too Cool, but my vote for best personality, at least as far as taking jokes and being lighthearted about himself, not taking himself too seriously, genuinely goes to Sharko. Sharko is so good natured about the crap that we give him. And God knows he's done enough goofy stuff to be given crap for that, well, he actually he doesn't take any of it personally or seriously. He's just totally laid back about it. So I got to give him props for that. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay, so we got oilseed radish in just so I can let it grow just long enough to mulch it back in. Oh, don't get me wrong, Steven. He totally deserves it sometimes. He totally does. That's why he's so good natured about it. He knows even though he deserves it, he can still laugh about it. He never takes anything too seriously, even when you would hope that he would. Okay. I am prepped and ready to roll for tomorrow, so at this point, I just gotta get out of this tractor. Shift Z, and let's sleep till 8 a.m. You guys take it to PMs. You, Lifehawk, and Too Cool. You guys go do whatever it is you do with each other. We don't need those intimate details in chat. That's right. Sharko, it was actually 18 million, and he spent it on a scooter. It wasn't even like a moped. It was like, you stand up and push off with one foot. Scooter. Extra storage for the planter. I'm not sure what you're getting at on that. Getting at with that one, Jonathan. I'll be honest with you. Let me take a look at the shop real quick. I don't remember seeing any kind of extra on the planter though. Cedars. I mean, this Lemkin here, there's no... I mean, I could throw the Kuhn on the front. I don't really need it on this cedar, though, because this holds 5,800 liters of seed. So, not that big of a deal. You do, Steven. You have to, I mean, and people call me on this all the time, but obviously a lot of people get real anal retentive about washing their tractor every time they use it, and that drives me a little bit crazy because I'm going to take it out in the field and I'm going to get it filthy again. So why am I washing it when I'm just going to be using it right away? Yeah, the only front tank that I saw in there, Jonathan, was that the Kuhn. This that's a planter though. There is the solitaire. Let me go back. Let me go back. Cedars. This Lemkin. See, there's no, like if I go to this one, it's got a combination button. This one has no combinations. It might still work. I don't know. But the Lumpkin things are for planters and not seeders. So like this Solitaire 23 front tank would most likely go with this Azuret 9. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. And yes, I've got a helper working this field right now, as you can see, mulching as planned this oilseed radish. Outstanding, absolutely outstanding, because Harv and Mother Nature have to have a serious chat for a few moments, and I could use another banquet, so I will be right back. Hey Rob, welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas, my friend. We are actually getting late. Most of the United States at this point. Most of the United States at this point, it is officially a Merry Christmas. Outstanding. I said stop. I'm taking over from here. Marquez, Merry Christmas, my friend. Merry Christmas to you too as well. Thank you so much. One more hour, and all of us will be having a Merry Christmas. I'm pushing the 3-hour mark, guys. What's going on? I'm on a roll. Oh, for the love of God, Harv. No, that's not it. No, that's not what I want to do. Turn that off. Start that over. Okay. GPS is being weird on me now. GPS does not always work and play well with helpers. There we go. That's more like it. Really? You're gonna... Yeah, you're gonna... Yeah, uh-huh. Well, okay, that's a fair... Come on, GPS. Get with the program. Thank you. Forrest, never go offline again. I hate to tell you this, my friend, but, you know, we all go offline at some point. It's an inevitable fact of life. At some point, we will all go permanently offline. But while we're here, we can at least make a positive difference in the world, right? Have a Merry Christmas, Too Cool, if you're still around to hear it. Thank you so much. Mr. Swede, it's almost time for you to get up. I would actually have sworn that you were up already. Call me crazy. You wouldn't be the first person to do so, let me tell you. With a duration of 596.5 hours, this video holds the Guinness record for being the longest video on YouTube. What banquet number are we on? That's a good question. I don't even know. Let me think. There, 4 left there, 5, 6. I'm on number 6, Too Cool. Number 6. Okay, I see Mr. Swede. Just chilling in bed. Probably got the phone next to you. I'm not sure that I ever considered the possibility of being in bed with Mr. Swede, but, you know, whatever works for you, man. This field, this is a brand new field. I just bought it a little bit ago, and this is going to be oats. It started out as a bare field. I needed to get, I want to get 100% production on it. So I threw in some oilseed radish, let it grow, and I'm mulching it now to get the bonus for mulching. And so before the end of this day, it will be oats. Because I have purchased the grain mill, and I can turn oats into flour. Too cool. I don't know really what you guys think I'm capable of, but 600 hours of YouTube video, I'm not sure I can get. I'm pretty darn sure I can't. I'm not a young man anymore. Maybe, you know, maybe 30 years ago, that might have sounded like a good idea with about, you know, another 6 or 8 cases of banquets in stock behind me. or at least another 6 or 8 cases of caffeinated coffee and Diet Cokes behind me. Yeah, yeah. I have I have heard the stories about Andre the Giant. There's a reason they call him Andre the Giant. That guy was massive. He was stupidly gigantic. He wasn't called Andre the Giant because he was, 3'6" and weighed 42 pounds. He was Andre the Giant because he was freaking huge. And I actually don't think his body even registered alcohol. There are people who are immune to the effects of alcohol. I think he was one of them. All right, Mr. Swede. Yeah, dogs will take up some room in a bed. They certainly will. Yeah, exactly. Too cool. 7'4", 550 pounds. That's an absolute truth, Jonathan. We would need some kind of a tag team going on. That means somebody's got to come to Nevada and hang out in my apartment for 600 hours. Yeah, Andre was an animal. By all intents and purposes, he was also just a very sweet guy, too. You know, he was never, he knew how to control his emotions and never let them get the better of him. He was just completely good natured for somebody being that large. Even though he was a wrestler, but I mean, wrestling is 99% fake anyway. Question in the game, and what do you feel would you get that is most expensive and would you like Marquez in the game itself? Like, if I went to the shop and wanted to buy something, it would definitely be some type of harvester. Harvesters are insanely expensive, and of course the bigger the more expensive. Jonathan was talking about doing wool earlier with sheep, and I actually thought about counterbalancing that with cotton at some point. Cotton production can be ridiculously expensive too. Well, that's absolutely true also, Lifehawk. And Princess Bride is one of the most brilliant movies ever filmed. Him and Inigo Montoya made that movie. Yeah, cotton harvesters are just outrageous. But I was looking into the different productions. If you make wool and cotton, well, you don't even have to do both, one or the other, but you don't make a lot of wool over time. But if you start looking at prices, if I go down here to, where was that? Oh, come on, I'm not, here it is, clothes. Look at the price on clothes. $29,956 for 1,000 liters of clothes. I can make clothes out of wool or I can make clothes out of cotton. I was thinking that going into the cotton/wool business might just be a smart thing to do. Call me crazy. Well, that's a fair point, Marquez. I mean, there are plenty, and this is an interesting fact in FS22. They've actually started kind of playing into that a little bit because in FS19, if I planted a field, I could go over that field immediately after planting with herbicide, and I could avoid growing any weeds, right? You can't do that in FS22. You cannot avoid weeds by planting or by throwing herbicide on your field. And not only that, the only time you can use herbicide is when weeds are only growing, and herbicide will not negate all of the negatives from the weeds. So, for example, if I put a crop in this field, let it grow for a day, and come back the next day and there's weeds in it, right? Those weeds are going to give me a 15% negative from my crop yield. If I didn't ever take care of those weeds, automatically it's 15%. When they grow to large weeds, it's going to get even worse, and I'm going to take a 20% hit to my crop. If I decide to take care of those weeds at any level with herbicide, all the herbicide does is, yes, it kills the weeds, but it also only gives me 5% back. So herbicide will take the 15% negative from small weeds and turn it into a 10% negative. If I've got large weeds and I put herbicide on them, it will kill the weeds, but it only takes the 20% and turns it to 15%. So herbicide does not do the job anymore like it used to. Yeah, that's the chain, Jonathan. You go Spinnery to Taylor. Oh, I got you, Rob. Yeah, a lot of people have jumped right into no man's land. Somebody mentioned the possibility that no man's land actually got to Giants before patch 1.2 came out. You know, the big patch that was fixing a lot of problems, and to wait for an update. So I did not get over onto that immediately. I'm waiting to make sure that all the bugs are worked out of that map before I consider it. I do have a plan for it, though. A lot of people told me they wished I would have done No Man's Land when I was doing video series on FS19. Well, now I've got the opportunity to pick it up in FS22, and I do have a plan for it. I make no promises, but I do have a plan for it. Oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, the productions are looking really interesting in this. Just don't tell me I've got to haul water. I'm not hauling water. I'm not doing it for productions. If it's a factory, that factory can be hooked up to a water supply. There's no reason for me to have to haul frickin' water to my factory. And while I am always the first person to speak out in favor of the modding community, any modder who still has people hauling water to a factory clearly hasn't been paying attention and doesn't deserve me to play their mod. So sorry, guys. But them's the facts. Oh, that's interesting, Lifehawk, because that's the exact storyline that I used for when I started my Off the Grid series. Literally. Word for word. I think Off the Grid is over a year old now. And yes, I was on that map today. Yes, I am planning the next video. Yes, I plan to actually start recording that today and ran out of time. It's coming. It's coming. All right, Kev, you have a good night, man. Merry Christmas to you and Karen. You both take care, and I'm sure most likely we'll see you on Sunday. Okay, so the oilseed radish did exactly what I wanted it to do. It allowed me to mulch that field to get the extra bonus for mulching. So we are good to go for field prep to get oats in at 100%. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Hey, whatever works for you, Marquez. If if you've got extra money from your farming endeavors and you want to go out and buy a tank to practice lobbing rounds into what maybe some old worn out tractors are out on the shooting grounds, and you've got this tank now. You're waiting for your crops to grow. You don't have anything to do. Maybe in the middle of winter time, you go out and lob some shells into some old worn out tractors. Absolutely. Whatever works for you, my friend. It's your game, play it your way. Maybe that's a mod you could make, man. Oh, I need my plow again. Actually, no, I don't. I want to get fertilizer on that field first. Lifehawk, seriously? Are you at risk of becoming like a realistic farm sim player? Like you're gonna go realism? I mean, and you know that I genuinely believe it's your game, play it your way. But I've never considered you to be somebody who was adamant about realism. That's a fair point. That's a fair point, Jonathan. I mean, a Bradley tank would pull a plow and do it exceptionally well. And with the tracks on there, it probably would not do much in the way of soil compaction. So there you go. Let's get a Bradley tank to pull our plow with. I'm game. I love this fertilizer spreader so much. Just for that maximum width. Look at the spread on that thing. Fair enough, Lifehawk. I've always been that way. I do realism to a point, but if something doesn't make sense to me, then I can throw realism out the window. Like the whole hauling water thing. There's no logic to it. So if that means I've got to cheat water in to make something work, then I'm going to cheat water in because it's ridiculous. It's kind of like in FS19 where you always had to buy the biogas plant to use it as a place to sell your silage. Like, why do I want to be a biogas executive just to have a place to sell my silage? It made no sense and it was ridiculously expensive. So, when I did my setup, I would cheat money in to take care of the biogas plant before I ever started playing because it was a stupid game mechanic. At least that was my opinion. Oh, there you go. Yeah, see, and that's exactly that's exactly what I meant too. Cool. I know you knew what I meant. What's going on over there? Why did that? Oh, I know what happened there. Never mind. That spot was already fertilized, I guess. Well, technically, solar panels would bring you in some money. I think the modders overdo it a little bit with your daily earnings on some of those placeables, but yeah, again, your game, play it your way. No, that was pretty basic. Oh, I don't agree with that, Forrest. I've actually been impressed by the way Giants has handled things. A lot of things. I'm not gonna say that everything is perfect, but I have actually been with FS22 reasonably impressed by the way Giants seems to have listened to the player base and done what needs to be done to do things the right way, or make quality of life improvements that seem minor, but at the same time they're a big deal. What? Thank you. Dropping off the fertilizer spreader. Gotta get my plow. I think Giants has actually done a very good job with FS22. They've made a lot of improvements over FS19. Like I said, I'm not going to say that it's perfect yet, but even with the new patch, I think they went a long way toward listening, paying attention, and doing the right thing. So I'm not one of the Giants haters, and there are plenty of Giants haters out there. There's more than enough to fill the void that I'm not getting on the bandwagon with. But so far, I've been impressed by what Giants has managed to accomplish for a very small. And keep in mind, you can't compare Giants to somebody like Rockstar, who has tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank. Up until FS22, Giants was a very small studio. Now, I will say, whatever they've done, they must be doing it right, because FS22 is performing like a AAA title. Genuinely performing like a AAA gaming title. And that wouldn't be the case if they were screwing it up. So, can they do it better in the future? Potentially. But I feel like they're trying. I genuinely do feel like they are putting the effort in. Take that for what you will. Well, they're not small anymore, Forrest, because for the last month they made real money. I mean, this is the first month they've made a lot of money off of their gaming, so I don't know. I'm not going to convince you otherwise. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I'm just not going to get on the hater bandwagon. I absolutely refuse to do it. I've been impressed, and I've played hundreds of games in the past and will continue to do so in the future, and it's all good. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, to view things through their own lens. I will do that as well. That's where we're going to leave it. Licensing matters. That's true. Very, very true. I do feel bad for the console players. I do understand where their frustration comes from. A lot of that is beyond Giants' control, unfortunately. No, nothing to be sorry for us. Nothing at all. Never be sorry for voicing your opinion. Ever. I wasn't trying to shut you down, man. I was actually just trying to politely agree to disagree. I am an avid follower of the forums on Steam, and when FS22 came out, I jumped on and joined the Steam forum for FS22. Within a week, I left that because there was so much anger, so much hatred, so much vitriol coming out about the game. I didn't want that to cloud my judgment. I wanted to make my own decision. And based on what I've seen, a lot of that is just unfounded entitlement. I'm not going to say Giants has done everything right. I will show you something right now that I think is absolute garbage, that I think Giants dropped the ball on in a big way. As soon as I turn around here, I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. Come on, tractor. Let's go. If I go to my pricing menu, right here, we'll just stick with close. If I hit this button, shows price fluctuations, this chart is absolute trash. There is nothing of value in this chart except for my best prices in May. They might as well have just said best sale month May. Because what farmer, and farmers keep track of this stuff, what farmer is going to have a chart like this that does not include prices? What's the price in May? If that's the best price, what is that price? If I've got a historical seasonal fluctuation, what have I seen the prices at in the past? This chart is absolute trash. It makes no sense, and it brings no value to the game. That's the one obvious bone that I can pick with Giants at the moment. But I can also think of, another half a dozen that I think they've really done a good job with. So, especially software companies, yes, we have been trained to some degree to be beta testers. Software companies do this all the time, and frankly, Microsoft and Bill Gates are what taught us to be that way. Windows taught us to become beta testers and accept what we were given, and that they would fix problems in the future. And a lot of software companies, gaming companies included, have picked up on that. What choice do we have at this point? Is getting upset about that going to fix the problem? And, you can say, well, you don't have to buy their product. You're right. But my one non-purchase does not negate the 10 million purchases that were made. As long as people are willing to buy the product and deal with the problems. And I guess it's not a problem, because people are still willing to spend the money. Anyway, this has gone on far too long. But I don't disagree with you, man. But feel free to express your opinion. You're entitled to that. So anyway, moving right along. Steven, yes, I could actually have done a direct drill. Unfortunately, the seeder that I own is not a direct drill. So instead of spending the money to lease a direct drill, I'm just going to plow this out again. Now, the nice thing about plowing is I don't have to worry about weeds when I plow. That's one of the cool features of the game. When you do deep cultivation, and what I mean by that is plowing or subsoiling, in the real world, that's considered a form of deep cultivation. So you never have to worry about herbicide. You don't have to worry about a weeder. You don't have to worry about anything. With this plow, weeds are not going to grow in this field. If you use a cultivator, a disc harrow, a subsoiler, anything like that, weeds are going to grow, and you're going to have an additional pass just to take care of those weeds. So it's a balancing act now. Do I plow every time and avoid weeds completely, or do I use a direct drill? Now, a direct drill, potentially you can cultivate, seed, and fertilize all at the same time. So that's 3 passes you may not have to do, or 3 passes turned into 1, but then you've got to add weeding to that. So you get 2 passes, where with the plow and the seeder, I'm doing 3 passes: plow, seed, and fertilize. And frankly, you've seen the width of my fertilizer spreader. Fertilizing this field is no big thing. So I don't see much of a trade-off there, if I'm completely honest. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, direct drill, absolutely, positively. Well, thank you, Forrest. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Um, there's no bones in FS22. No, we need more bones. Smoke a bowl. Well, I do have a dispensary like 3 blocks from my apartment. If I wanted to, I could. Yeah, I mean everything in a game like this is a bit of it's a give and a take, Steven. It's like, well, if I do it this way, I can do this, but if I do it this way, I can do that. And it's just figuring out what works for you. I don't mind doing the extra plowing. In fact, it kind of almost helps me keep track of stuff. But the direct drill does speed up the process quite a bit, especially if you're doing traditional standard crops. So, just figure out what works for you, man. And I did say earlier, my first tutorial is coming out, should be this weekend, and it is all about field preparation. I literally probably spent about 15 hours testing and retesting different plantings, making sure I knew exactly what was a negative, what wasn't a negative, and how different things affect field as you're planting it. So, I can assure you that everything in that video is 100% accurate. Absolutely, Lifehawk. Especially when you're playing seasons with the price fluctuations. I mean, I said earlier in the stream that I had over 180 bales sitting on my property. When you saw me harvesting grass and making silage earlier, all of those were sitting for the better part of last year, just because my best pricing was going to be in December and January for silage. And when I finally sold them all off, I made 600 and some plus $1,000. So, yeah, I mean, taking advantage of better pricing on a particular month is very much a part of maximizing your gameplay, your earnings, your everything. Potentially, Steven, potentially. We need to have a Harv's World Con in Las Vegas this year. Hey, I'll tell you what, Too Cool. You set it up, I will be there. No exaggeration, no lies. I'm 5.5 hours away from Las Vegas. You let me know when to be there, Harv will be there. I promise. Uh, Lifehawk, I use a trailer. I showed you earlier the flour that came out of the flour mill. It's sitting on a trailer in my yard. When I come back, I will show it again. But I'm not gonna load and unload and reload and all of that garbage. I'm just going to load it onto a trailer and wait for the best price. That's what I did with my eggs and made almost $100,000 on eggs. All right, too cool. I'm game. I'm not even joking. I love Las Vegas, and it would be awesome to get everybody together. That would be fantastic. You never saw Schmarv anymore, huh? I'd be willing to bet that had not a lot to do with Too Cool. I'd have more faith in the fact that it dealt with the name Schmarv. Schmarv's World. Yeah, Forrest. I've got a full chicken coop. I've got 179 chickens and 180 chickens. I guess I bought 180 chickens to start with. Because they're 20. Yeah, that's right. And then it didn't take long before they reproduced and doubled the amount of chickens. So, yes. I've got a lot of frickin' chickens. Alright. There we go. Plowed, fertilized. Time to plant some oats. Although I think this tractor needs some repair. It's running a little rough. You hear that? That's weird. I've never heard a tractor actually like failing like that before. I guess it was just on the field that it was doing that. Maybe it wasn't getting the right traction. The engine has smoothed out now. That was weird. Too cool. That's right. One rooster for 350 chickens. He's either busy or very lucky or a little bit of both. No, I really do think this tractor is actually failing a little bit. That's weird. Oh, I know what it is. My cruise control keeps holding it back. I didn't realize cruise had been set down so low. That's alright. We need to do some repairs anyway. That's another bone I have to pick with FS22. The repair costs are just absolutely ludicrous. Repair costs are through the freaking roof. $8,400. And this was fully repaired before I started the stream today. And even I guess it's a fence 700. That's another $1,000. And I barely use these things. Like literally barely use them. Yes, this is my chicken coop right here. There's my one rooster. Hip hip hooray for the rooster right there. And then you can see they've been cranking out eggs. I've got 8 pallets, almost 9 pallets of eggs since the last time I sold them. So and if they lowered repair costs, I'm not seeing it. And Lifehawk, here's my flour storage. Right there. 40 pallets of flour on that trailer. Waiting to get sold. Since you asked. That's weird. Oh well, life goes on. Flower power. Nice. Oh, and I just slammed into my trailer. Put a tap on it at least. Hey, I find that to be quality storage. The best part of it is it's ready to go at a moment's notice, right? That's better. Now this tractor is running much better. Time to get my oats planted. Bringing a whole new meaning to sow your oats. Forrest, the best way to thaw a turkey in a short amount of time is to completely unwrap it, put it in a sink, put make sure the water's not cold, but don't make it hot. Just make it room temperature. Let it sit for a couple hours until the water gets cold. Drain the water and then put more room temperature water in. That's the quickest way to thaw a turkey that's frozen. But you got to keep revolving the water. If the water matches the temperature of the turkey, then it's not going to thaw. So keep that in mind. It's all about the water. With the animal add-on, you're going to add a second chicken, sheep, and cow area. What animal add-on are you talking about, Jonathan? I don't think I've heard about this. Oh, yes, I do. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that somebody put out a mod that was like 128 animal husbandries available or something like that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, sir. I know exactly what you're talking about now. No, that's a fair point too, Stephen. Popescu, welcome to Horror's World and Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for joining us, man. So, who made Hoff Bergman one of the top maps of FS19? I'm curious. I'm not going to say it isn't. I honestly never played it. And I know a lot of people jumped on that bandwagon, but I can think of an awful lot of good maps in FS19. One of the other things I like that they did with FS22 is with the productions, they didn't make the factories outrageously overpriced. Yeah, that's what I'm asking, Lifehawk, is, you said they ranked Hoff Bergman as one of the top maps of FS19. I'm wondering who they are. I mean, if it was the map maker of Hoff Bergman, then that really doesn't mean much, does it? And so I'm wondering who decided that it was one of the top maps of FS19. I think Wither, was it Wither? I think it's Wither. Wither Farms was a very good map for a first-time map maker. I really liked Missy B. I like the mods that she does. It was her first map. It was her very first map, and I think she did a wonderful job with it. A lot of credit goes to her for being a first map. And she obviously took a lot of influence from Alien Jim, which is to be respected because I consider Alien Jim one of the top 5 map makers in the FS series. Oh, okay. So they is Lifehawk. That's fair. I would really put PV Uncharted up there as productions go and complexity of productions. Oh my gosh, PV Uncharted has such a complex production chain. It's almost ridiculous what you have to do to accomplish anything in PV Uncharted. It was fun though. It was a lot of fun. Forrest, Alien Jim is the guy responsible for several FS19 maps. He did Mercury Farms, he did Washoe, Nevada. Most famously, he did No Man's Land, which is the first map to come out for FS22 by a modder. So, Alien Jim is the mod map maker. And he's very, very good at what he does. I like the fact, one of the things I like about Alien Jim is I consider Alien Jim maps, with the exception of No Man's Land, because No Man's Land is very advanced. I consider most Alien Jim maps, at least from FS19, to be what I would consider intermediate maps. They're beyond beginner, but not as complex as, say, a Hoff Bergman or a PV Uncharted. And Alien Jim likes to add things into his maps to ease your way into enjoying what he's created. So, yeah. Alien Jim, I would put Oxygen David, Lancy Boy, and then outside of the scope of Mod Hub, I would easily say CAS 64 has done some truly brilliant things with map making. Although CAS 64 did finally start getting his maps up on Mod Hub and did a very nice job of it. So he is a very solid map maker as well. Yeah, those guys are really the top of the heap when it comes to making maps for the Farm Sim series. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Jonathan. You know, Missy B with Wither Farms actually took some cues from Alien Jim and did some stuff like that, like Alien Jim likes to do. That's a good call too, Lifehawk. I never played any of the Reachyville maps, which I'm kind of disappointed about. There's so many hours in a month, you know. Um, but everything that I saw about them looked really fantastic. I wish I would have had the opportunity. Um, Maps, we don't want to go there, do we? I was going to say maps I think are overrated, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to tear anybody down. We're here to build people up, right? Right. Too cool. You like CAS 64's Clover? Yeah, who doesn't? You plant one clover field on a CAS 64 map, and you are set for bloody life. You never have to plant another crop again. Just harvest that clover field over and over again, and you will be a wealthy man. Absolutely, man. A lot of countries have gone back into lockdown. We've gotten off. I mean, as much as people complain about what's been required of us, the U.S. has gotten off pretty easy. So many countries have been in lockdown for months and months and months. They can't do anything. They can't go anywhere. They can't catch a freaking break, and we're sitting here complaining because we have to wear a mask to the grocery store. Sold your clover to a Colombian cartel. That's probably about right too. Lifehawk El Chapo, infamous. Now, unless I'm mistaken, and I really don't think I am, that is my oat field. I think I need one more application of fertilizer and I will be set. No? Oh, no. I've got to roll this field. It's planted. I've got to roll it to get my final percent, to get to 100%. I was sitting here going 98%. Why am I at 98%? Why is the game cheating? No, I just had one more step. Although I'm almost thinking at this point, my little bitty roller, it's 8 meters. I mean, it's not tiny, but I can get bigger. And I'm kind of thinking I might want to do that. Might be worth the lease to have a little extra roller just to get this taken care of before the end of the day. Let's see what our field roller options are. So that's 12 meters. What's the lease on that? 2,000. Yeah, I'm on that. Okay. That's right, too cool. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Get that fielder rollin'. Rollin', 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 rawhide. And that's George of the Jungle. Watch out for the... Oh, that was a rock, actually, not a tree. That's true, too, Jonathan. I actually have driven through Virginia City. It's a very cool place. If you're ever in Nevada, northwestern Nevada, and have an opportunity to visit Virginia City, I strongly recommend it. It's the closest you will ever get to an authentic town from the Wild West. Like, they still have like boardwalk sidewalks. Like, you walk the sidewalks of Virginia City, you're walking on wood. It's pretty freaking cool, if I do say so. Oh, that's right. The Cartwrights are Bonanza, not Rawhide. That's not my field. Oh. I'm a block down. Oops. See how that roller is erasing those small rocks as I go over? It's exactly what it's supposed to do. Can you get shot there for offending somebody? I hear there's a guy there that will shoot you just for snoring. You guys remember the Time Life books? There used to be like a Time Life book series about the Wild West, and you can read about the time when John Wesley Hardin, who was so mean he once shot a man just for snoring. A snore shot? Sure, why not? We'll run with that. So this was a really crappy field when I first bought it. And now look how pretty. Look how pretty that field is. I bet he was from Texas too, wasn't he? Too cool. Bet he was a Texan. I might have to buy this field roller. I wish it would roll grass too, but it won't. That may not stop me. Too cool. And who can blame him? I don't know. I've had a few exes I wanted to shoot for snoring. So, yeah, you're right. Who can blame him? Yeah, how funny is that? Like, I've had at least two exes I can think of who snored 10 times louder than I ever thought about snoring. What's the joke about Time magazine, Jonathan? You've got my interest now. Is what true, Lifehawk? Now, I guess some of these rocks were big rocks. I thought they were all little rocks, but some of them were big enough that the field roller's not killing it. It doesn't matter because I've got field stone turned off anyway. So I don't know why the roller is actually deleting the smaller ones, but yeah, whatever. That's funky. That's absolutely true. I don't know how much you've been paying attention, man, but I rarely say I don't BS just to make up crap. I I I I say what I know, and generally know what I say. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But I'm not one of those people to just make up stories to make somebody laugh or sound like I know more than I do. In fact, I'd probably do better if I did, but I tend to be stupidly honest. It's either a failure or a positive. I'm not sure which. Yeah, I'm kind of with you though on that, Forrest. I'm not sure I'm getting that joke either. I think it's almost a play on "Who's on First" by Abbott and Costello. If you've ever heard that, which actually is pretty funny. If you've never heard it, I suggest giving it a listen, at least once, just so you know what it's all about. But Steven, that's awesome. Your wife complained about your snoring until you once recorded her snoring, and now she doesn't say a bloody word. That, my friend, is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Oh, yeah, no joke, man. I'd be like laying awake at night listening to the paint peel off the walls. It's one of those situations where you have to jiggle the bed just to keep You know, hopefully silence them long enough so you can fall asleep. It was fine. Once I fell asleep, everything was all good. But if I was awake or even partially awake, man, it was like, I mean, you know, the phrase sawing logs didn't hold a candle to what these women could do. Sawing logs, no. They were a full sawmill. There I am sitting in that Fent with my Fent jacket. Oh wow, you actually even turned your head occasionally. That's kind of cool. I like the new character stuff too. I'll admit that. Character creation is much nicer. You get a lot more options now. And I get to wear a cool Fent jacket. Look at that. While I drive my Fent Black Beauty down this field. Although I will say that I reached out to Fent to see if they wouldn't do some kind of sponsorship to help with the Christmas fundraiser, and they pretty much told me what I could go do with myself. That was a little disappointing. As much support as I have given their company. But it is what it is. I'm sure they get hit up for crap all the time, so whatever. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Jonathan. That's what I was thinking. A 100-pound boxer that can snort. Wow. Yeah, dogs can rip it, man. What's worse is a 100-pound boxer that can fart. Dogs can not only snore, man, they can clear a room with their farts. Oh my god, dogs are the worst sometimes. Lambo would have given me something. Yeah, you know, who knows. I was actually most impressed by the fact that Giants did give me something. Giants, of all people, did give me something to help with the fundraiser. That was very, very cool of them. That's kind of a cool screenshot, don't you think? That mountain in the background. Gotta get one of those. Yeah, you know. We did well. Fent or no Fent. We did exceptionally well, and everybody has a lot to be proud of. I'm incredibly proud of everybody for what you all managed to accomplish. So impressive. Alright, last pass. Taking out this field once and for all. It will be at 100% yield bonus, and I will be looking forward to some oats in the not too distant future. A collectible at the top of the mountain. I have been to the top of the mountain, and it was good. Oh yes. Too Cool buries the cheating secret of the ancestors. Alright, I'll tell you what. As soon as I'm done with this field, get this roller returned, we'll go up to the top of the mountain and see what's up there. We'll see if Too Cool's ancestors are buried up there or not. Oh yeah, I've got I've got soybeans here, I've got wheat over there, I've got this field to harvest, I've got my own, well, I guess they're all mine now, but I've got a different wheat field to harvest. I've got canola in my biggest field, the one that I created. Yeah, we've got a lot going on. There's just a smidge of a strip, and I'm just anal retentive enough that if I don't go back over it, it's going to drive me bonkers. It's not much though, it's only about a quarter of the field. Turn off GPS. I mean, it was like one row right here along the edge of the road. Although this road might be going away. We might just merge all of this. We'll see. Yeah, harvest this year is going to be very, very interesting. Okay, that ought to do me. Now I can go and get this thing sent back so I don't have to spend any more money on it. Return, yes, thank you. I'll probably buy you in the future, but for right now. Yeah, well, that's one of the nice things so far about FS22. The fences have little to no collision. This tractor is zippy. See, I'll tell you what really got me on Fent. What really got me started with Fent early on in the game, and I didn't know anything about brands. You know, I'm kind of like most people. I knew about Case and I knew about Fent, and that was it. But when I started looking at tractors, the Fent 1050 had a lot of power, but it also had speed. And I wanted to get where I was going in a bloody hurry. And so the Fent tractors are what really, really, really got me going. Alright. With all of that said, I guess we're going to the top of the mountain. So the first thing I need to do is turn on flight mode. We'll jack up our speed a little bit. Whee! Alright, too cool. If nothing's up here, you owe me a case. Whoa. There's nothing up here, because I'm at the edge of the map. I can't even go up there. What you talking about, Willis? The map, look at that. The map won't let me go up there. So, yeah, and he conveniently, when I start to go up where he says I need to go, he conveniently disappears. Although I did always want to come over and see this railway, but I can't even do that because it's, you know, on the edge of the map that I can't see. Hashtag realism, that's right. Sometimes you've got to escape realism. Hey, I did realism for all of my farming. And look at this, now I'm like caught behind a wall of invisibility that I can't get back through. I'm literally stuck behind this this wall. I can't get back to like the normal whatever. And I just wanted to see if what he was if he was just talking smack or if there was really something up there, and there ain't crap up there. There, that'll get me out of it. That will get me out of it. Oh, welcome back, Too Cool. Guess what? There's nothing up there. Yeah, you got me, man. You got me. I can't go up there. It's off the map. You, sir, are smoking something very, very good, apparently. Anyway, that's our new fields right there. That's my oat field at 100%, as it should be. It's not up. I can't get up there. I can't. I tried. Everybody just watch. They will vouch for it. You can't get up there to the eagle's nest. It's impossible. Anyway, guys, that's a 4-hour stream. That might be my longest one yet. And officially, it is Christmas in Nevada. That means Pacific time, all of the continental United States. It is officially Christmas. So I want to wish each and every one of you the very merriest of Christmases. I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. But I'm wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up for tonight, man. I appreciate you I appreciate all of you hanging with me tonight. You guys are awesome. Absolutely awesome. With all of that said, we will be back for our official stream on Sunday. As always. Same bat time, 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. As always, I appreciate you coming along for the ride. Until next time, take care and Merry Christmas.